Okay, here we go. So, to anyone who's there, I think Lizette's the only one here. Let me know if you can hear me okay? It looks like I have the volume up to where it needs to be. Sounds good. Okay, thank you, Lizette. I appreciate that. For you, that's rare. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get started. My name is J.A. Marlow. I have been a writer for many years, and I write across so many genres, including science fiction, young adult, romance, action-adventure, alternate history, even a sci-fi weird fairy tale, among others. All have in common interesting characters, exotic locales, all accompanied by a sense of wonder with optimistic endings. My popular series include The Stringweavers, Salmon Run, and Redpoint One. My books can be found at all major online retailers all across the world, as well as on some shelves. You can always order it from your local bookstores as well. My other activities include award-winning fine artist, award-winning graphic designer, award-winning book cover designer. I'm also a digital artist, sewing maniac, Battle the Planet's mega fan, G-Force, fish herder, and serial bug murderer. So I can be found at jamarlow.com. I'm also part owner and a moderator at Forward Motions for Writers, a free online writer site. That website is at fmwriters.com. I can go ahead and put a link to our Discord chat in the chat here. Let me go ahead and do that. Oops. I'm also at Twitter at jamarlow_SF. Twitch TV at J.A. Marlow. I'm also on, I have a YouTube channel at J.A. Marlow. And I have a Patreon, also J.A. Marlow. You might be sensing a theme here. There we go. Put an invite up there. So, tonight we're going to be, well, at least I'm going to be writing again. I have a book deadline of the first part of March. I'd really love to have the first draft done by March 1st. But you're welcome to do anything creative. I know that some are going to be doing some crocheting, some cross-stitch and embroidery design. I think Lizette is doing editing at the moment. I'm going to have available a timer. For those who want to do timed writing, tonight I will again be doing 100-word jumps. Right now that seems to be working really well for me. But if anyone has anything they wanted to discuss, anything about writing, the writing craft, publishing, design, or creativity, or how they keep creative and balanced through chronic illnesses, by all means bring that up. If you have a good line that comes up as you're writing or editing, by all means post it in chat. If it's short enough, I'd love to get something up in the favorite guest line area. Right now it is still blank. Zed had a great one last night, but unfortunately it was just a little too long. So tonight I would love again to finish the scene that I'm currently on, that I started last night. And then a minimum of 500 words. Now typically my scenes are about 700 words, so getting over 500 should not be a problem. Oh, you're going to work on the flash fiction serial. So Lizette Gifford is a wonderful writer. She has a regular thing on her blog where every Friday she has a flash fiction. Lizette, if you want to put a link to your website where the writing is, go for it. So I embedded the chat in my screen a little bit differently today. It seems to be responding faster. I'm actually typing from within our Discord chat, but it looks like it's coming up really fast. I know a whole bunch of people are chatting directly from the Twitch interface. It looks like we might have somebody watching from YouTube. Hello there. Introduce yourself by all means if you'd like. Join with us in the writing. Oh, there's her website. It's at zet.blogspot.com. So she's writing a new flash fiction for this coming Friday. And boy, she has written so many of them. Lizette, how many is it now? Several hundred, isn't it? Oh, AJ is going to be doing a little creative gaming. Hopefully, AJ, while you're doing your gaming, you'll come up with some more ideas for the world building you were doing last night. 451 flash fictions for Lizette Gifford. That is amazing. You really need to collect those up and get them released. You know what? I think before I started this up, I did not pair my wireless keyboard. Let me see if it comes up. Oh, there's Coffee Quills. Hello. Oh, you go have a good lunch. I cut up a big ham today, so I got the treat of having a ham and cheese sandwich. Boy, that tasted good. I hadn't had one in years. Yeah, the gluten-free, yes. So I had just this last loaf of bread, I finally got a gluten-free soda bread to rise properly. So that's what I used to make the sandwich tonight. Like I said, it was really nice to have. And that gluten-free soda bread has some substance to it, so I am full. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, keyboard is working. That's a good one, Zet. Let me see if I can fit that in there. Well, I had to reduce the font size, but I did get it to fit. So yay! Well, we have something in that box. Yeah, it came out rather small. But it's there. Haha. Thank you, Zet. Appreciate it. So it looks like last night I was able to get 1,328 scenes. I finished one scene, started a new one, and then completed that one too. So last night I was actually able to finish off 2 scenes. I am super close to finishing this book. Looks like I have 4 scenes left. And at least 3 of these scenes I've done a phase outline. If you'd like to know more about a phase outline, you know what, Zet? Did you write a book on it? I know you did an article, but I almost feel like you should write a book on it too. Then we can link to it. Even if it's just a little short non-fiction book. You do not write too much. You just keep on writing as fast as your little heart wants. Okay. Well, if you get to it, go ahead and post a link to whichever book or both books. So the phase outline, I'll let her explain it, but it's actually, it's kind of halfway in between outlining and actually writing the prose, which is why sometimes I like it. And for figuring out this last part of this book, I actually finished the outline, and as I was writing it, I realized that several things were out of order, and parts of it just weren't working. So I had to replot it, but in replotting it, I found because it was so complicated, I used Zet's phase outline type of planning to help get it right. Now, whether it's completely right or not, I don't know. I don't stick to an outline as if it is made of stone. I am completely comfortable with throwing parts of it out as needed. But hopefully, having done that, that will make writing these last 4 a little easier. Well, except for that last scene. The epilogue with Bob. That one is not a phase outline, it's just a short paragraph on what needs to be there. Okay, so I have Scrivener up. I'm going to reset the targets so that tonight I'm starting with 0. The book itself, the first draft, is sitting at 77,071 words. Devin! We have a Devin? Oh! Hello, Devin Cutting! Welcome! Are you a fellow writer? And Robin is in the Forward Motion chat. Hello, Robin. I'm going to say hi. She's actually not in Twitch. So Devin, welcome. Now, one of the things we always ask when anyone comes around Forward Motion or around us as writers, if you do write, what genres or genre do you write in? Hopping out for food. Have a good lunch. Coffee, Quill. Oh, young adult contemporary. Fantastic. And published. Great. We actually have several in here that write young adult, including myself. Mine tend to be either action adventure young adult or science fiction young adult. And to be honest, even though I've done some contemporary, they usually have some sort of science fiction aspect to it, like my Salmon Run series. So it's wonderful to have you in here. Do you have a special project you're working on tonight? Alright, you know what? I might be starting tonight off with a deficit of words. Because I see that part of this I have in the previous scene. I'm gonna leave it up till I get started though. Alright. Double check here. Oh yeah, looking through old unfinished projects, isn't that fun? Lizette and I were talking just the other night about sometimes coming across projects that we had completely forgotten that we'd ever written on. It was like looking at writing and planning from a stranger. It was so strange, so weird. Oh, just hit my first 100 words of the night. Oh, I forgot to set the timer. Okay, for anybody who wants to do any timed writing, I'm going to go ahead and set that 10 minutes. There we go. Since my keyboard seems to have synced with my computer, so I can get to typing more. There we go. $624 out of 1,000. Wow, you're really closing in on the end of it, Lizette. Go ahead and finish it off. And if it's a part of a serial, definitely, you know, combine those up, get them out there. I mean, not only have them on your blog, but yeah, put them out there through the distribution system. This wouldn't happen to be the one with your cats, would it? Yeah, backlog of novels. You have a backlog of so much writing. What a wonderful, wonderful problem to have. Oh, after Edmund, you passed. Yes. I can completely understand that. That was so sad. Lots of hugs on that, Lizette. Just deleted some of my notes. I know I'm under 100 words. Oh well. I'll catch up. Tess couldn't figure. Hello, Tess. It's just me. This is just a stream. Something new. I bet you guys did. How was that? 739 for her? Of course, she's doing a flash fiction, which means she has a limit of 1,000 words. Oh, another 100 words. I'm now at 202. Of course, now I'm going to delete more of my notes, so I'm going to lose some of those words. Yep, now below 200 again. Didn't get this out here. And so far, the phase outline I used is working out. So thank you, Lizette, for coming up with that. 10 minutes is up. I'm gonna go ahead and reset that. I think I'm finally on a little bit of a roll. I'm over 200 words again. Oh, Zed is over 300. I mean 800. I need to stop eating. Okay, just broke 300. You're Zet1. Does that mean there's a Zet2, a Zet3, and Zet4? Can the universe handle more than one Zet? Yeah, I talked there for one line from YouTube. I had to because it was there. Sorry, guys. I have a suspicion Robin is finding us very, very amusing. Alright. Back to the writing. Oh, good night, Robin. Robin's had a very long day. I might have two things out of order again, but I don't think it's going to be a bad problem. Oh, you know what? I forgot to save the original version of these notes. So I'm going to do that really quick, at least what's left. Okay, so I brought up the inspector and scrivener. I'm going to put it in the notes section. I doubt that I'll need these again because I am changing things as I'm writing, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Oh, Ash, sorry to hear that. Is there a different project that you think you can get yourself into? Not feeling the writing need? Yeah, I know how that feels. And it seems like you've been needing to take a break from it. Yeah, like you said, lingering depression. That'll do it. Yeah, hopefully life will settle down just a little bit so you can start getting your feet back under you. Okay, 10 minutes are up. Let me see where I'm at. Well, I'm still over 300. Oh, wait a minute. I'm over 400. But I'm going to be deleting more words, so I probably won't stay there for very long. This scene is definitely going to take a lot more words than 500 words to finish, too. I'm still at the beginning of the scene as far as I can tell. Okay, deleting some notes. Yeah, always a very good thing if you're that close to the end, Lizette. You'll get it. Okay, deleting more notes. Barely. Okay, there we go. Had to deal with Buffy. Of course you had to deal with Buffy. You're at the climax of a story. You needed interrupting. And I'm also wondering if it involved a pen that she was trying to take off with. I just started the timer. Oh, it wouldn't get out of the way. Time to pour her onto the floor. I am down below 400. You can do it, Lizette. Absolutely, you can do it. Oh dear, did I do something else out of order? No, I didn't. I can still do this if I take the gray out of it. Alright, I got it. Oh, AJ is back to world building. Sometimes you just have bouncy brain and you have to deal with it the best you can. That's when I end up having a whole bunch of different projects, and a whole bunch of them are completely unrelated, open, and I just go from one to the next because the creative brain just shoots out something for one, and then it shoots out something for another in a different direction. It just, yeah, it drives you nuts, but you know, sometimes you just have to work with it. And sometimes you just have to get your hands occupied. Which for me, that means that's when I'll go into the artwork or the sewing. Or if I get really, really desperate, it'll be the house cleaning. Or dishes. Getting lots of pets and cuddles? I bet. And has he been coming over asking for pets and cuddles, or is it a case where sometimes you have to hunt him down for him? Oh, more than usual. That makes sense. $990 words. Wow, usually you go over 1,000 and then have to edit down. Oh, yeah, that's true. Pre-edit. Because you're more of a putter-inner than a taker-outer in the editing, just like I am. I forgot about that. Okay. Well, back over 400, but here we go. We're going to delete more. Oh, Lizette, I did. I just approved it. So it flagged the FF and was wondering, is this a profanity? I told it no, it was not. So that was just the profanity filter that Twitch has. Yeah, and considering that we've, in the short time that this live stream's been going, the last few days, we've already had one drive-by spammer, I figured having at least the basics of a filter up would be a good idea. Oh, you ran afoul of it last night. I didn't realize that. I must have missed it. Maybe I was writing like crazy. If you see something like that and I don't take care of it right away, let me know, because I might have been writing in another window. And then I can scroll back up and get it taken care of. Nope, the timer just went off. Let me go ahead and reset that. There it goes. Oh, Lizette, are you done with the editing of the fanfic, or are you gonna go and work on the novella and then come back to the fanfic? Oh, not fanfic. Flash fiction. I was thinking of Robin's tag on her name. Or doing the Mando fanfic. Oh, wait a minute, I'm confused. You said I don't have an idea for a new flash fiction yet. So is the flash fiction you were writing today for this last Friday? I thought it was for this upcoming Friday. Oh, for sometime in March. Okay, so you're trying to do some ahead of time. Oh, working a few weeks ahead. Fantastic. Yeah, I wish I could do the flash fiction every week, but my head wouldn't do it. I do flash fictions once in a while when a specific idea comes to me. But I tried to do one every week for a while, and I actually found it stressful. But I enjoy reading them, oddly. I just don't enjoy writing them. Oh, yeah. Got tired of realizing it was Friday and I needed to post something, definitely. So, yeah, working ahead. That really helps. And if something's not working right, then you have time to switch over to another idea. Yeah, the closest I got to something really regular, around 1,000 words, was when I was doing the first Zeralon serial. Each of those installments came to about, well, between 1,000 and 1,200 words. And I was posting those every Friday. Until the book ended. It's a series I need to finish off. Okay, I think I finally figured out how to make this come back together to the planning I had already done. And actually in a good, fun way. It feels good to see it coming together. And looks like Amanda is doing pretty good on your world building. Congratulations. I am now over, at least for the moment, over 600 words. That is not going to last long. I have a big, huge paragraph here that is going to be deleted as soon as I finish writing this next section. I just got bit by the typo monster. Oh, and the timer went off. Let's go ahead and reset that. Checking a setting really quick on the stream, then I'm going to get right back to it. I'd really like to get this scene done tonight, but wow, this is turning out to be a longer scene. Oh, Amanda, speaking of Doggerland, have you found those maps where it showed where the mountains, the hills, and even lakes were in Doggerland? Oh, okay. So you at least found some sort of map. Yeah, as you get a little further into it, go ahead and do a little more of a search. Because I remember seeing somewhere where they, yeah, not only had the outline of it, but yeah, where some of the lakes were and the rivers coming down from the lakes, they've actually got mapped out quite a bit from it. And it's been enough that they've actually been able to target some of their aquatic archaeology to know where the seashores were, to do a little dredging or a little robotic work to see if they can find the remains of settlements, which they have. Yes, Amanda's doing very good on world building. It sounds like Amanda's having lots and lots of fun, which is great. Yeah, I wish that I could remember where I saw that. I think that I saw one article about them actually pinpointing a settlement, but I think it was also a YouTube video where they showed some of the images that their underwater rovers had taken while they were down there. I'm not sure if they actually had a map on. You know what? I think that it was the same YouTube documentary. They did have one of the better maps. They did not show where they were doing the archaeology. I think they wanted to make sure that idiots out there who wanted to steal things could find it, but they did have a map of Doggerland itself. Okay, now I'm deleting more stuff. Hold on a second, I need to clear my throat. Okay, I'm back. Well, I just passed 800 words. Wow. Oh, after the 8th, when you start doing new words, I am sure that you will have no problem whatsoever keeping up with me. Not to mention, you always seem to get more words in a day than I do. I know that you try to average 3,000, and I haven't been able to do that in years now. Oh, okay, starting the timer again. But I do intend, after this book is done, a few nights a week, it's going to be new words. I want to make sure that I keep working. I have so many books I want to get to. But then I think a couple of the other nights I'm going to do revision. I also need to reformat a few ebooks, so probably at least one night a week is going to be something publishing related, whether that's formatting the ebook, rewriting ad copy, tweaking covers, and then uploading. And that'll give a little variety to what's seen on here. Yeah, I hope so. I don't want it to be all the same thing. You know, one of the articles that I'm actually writing right now that will go up on the blog and that I'll eventually do a video on is about burnout. And yeah, you'll just write. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's part of the fun of this, that each one of us has our own project. The whole point, though, is just working forward on our little projects, whatever those are. But anyway, yeah, I need to keep myself from burnout, and doing only new words without anything else. Not only would that burn me out, but it doesn't do me a lot of good if I don't get things out there. You've convinced Buffy to leave the desk again. Well, that's good. The bad news is, what is she going to get into now? 900. Oh, yes, asleep. Asleep is good. Let her get in trouble in her dreams. If it's not one cat, it's the next. I have to ask, has Puppy the dog ever gotten up there and gotten in your way? I'm guessing no, not unless you put her up there. Well, Devin, if there were vampires around, they wouldn't stand a chance with Buffy around. Buffy's got some attitude, and she can put it behind the attitude too. Oh, Glassquill is back. Midnight Inkblot. Welcome back. Survived another gym session. Well, congratulations. I'm still hovering around 900 words. Every time I get close to 1,000, I delete more notes. But that's the way it goes. I am definitely getting... I think I'm a little over halfway through this scene now, so I'm doing really well tonight. Looks like the stream session's been open for an hour and 30 minutes now. I feel good about what I've accomplished in that time. And I'm well on track for getting this scene done tonight, and maybe even moving into the next one. Thank you, Lizette. Resetting the timer for another 10 minutes. Oh, AJ, about the Doggerland maps. You know, yeah, you might want to go to the images.google.com and then, yeah, put in Doggerland maps and maybe even put detailed or lakes or, you know, some of the geological features that you're looking for. Although Doggerland map might be enough. Or historical map. AJ, or Amanda, you might want to also do a regular Google search for an article on archaeological sites of Doggerland and see if something comes up that way. Because sometimes they'll have maps or images within the articles themselves. Oh, I lost a note. Where did I put it? Okay, now I remember what I was going to do. All right, I'm going back a scene. I realized there is something I needed to put in this conflict so that the latter part makes sense. And this is why on this particular book I've had to put more planning notes in it than I usually do. Because it's those little details that are making and breaking it. Not every writing project is like that. Oh, good. Glad you found some research. Sometimes it just takes persistence and going through several pages of Google results. Oh, and thank you, Midnight. Alright, resetting the timer. There it goes. Oh, welcome back, Ash. Oh, I am over 1,000 words. Helped out by having to go back to the previous scene to add some information. Good, Ash. Yeah, maybe a different project will call to you better tonight. Midnight, when you say might do a test run tonight, what are you referring to? Using one of the softwares that you downloaded? Okay, now I fixed it. Now I'm back to the current scene. Which means that part of what I had in the notes was correct, and now it will work, because now Jade will have the information she needs to move forward. So otherwise, this just did not work. But sometimes that's what it takes, is cycling back to what you just did before and making sure the characters and the situation was doing all that they should. Oh, upload a test video. Okay, cool. Do it. Okay, scrolling up. Oh, another 100 words, 1208. Oh, I just reached another 100 words. Okay, and Ash. Damn, what's your process with this? Are these notes an outline, or are they things you wrote in during a read-through to determine revision needs? Okay, so I assume that you're talking about my current whip that I am actually working on right now. This is a first draft for The Cry of Avalon. That's the name of the book. So what I had done, this part that I'm working on right now, I did outline the book originally, and I did have to put in extra information as I went along in that. So my outline and planning was a little bigger than with most of my projects because of that. It actually reminds me a lot of what I had to do with the Stringweavers books, because those were so interconnected, and the information as it came out, what order it came out, was so important. About halfway through writing the first draft, I realized that there were major problems with what I had planned in the last part, and unfortunately all of you know, well, most of you know, that I lost my father in March, and then I had to move, and we had a record-breaking heat wave, well, actually the entire summer here in Arizona. And I'm extremely heat intolerant, so I kept getting sick while trying to move and take care of my father's stuff and all of that. So what happened was that my ability to keep the story in my head deteriorated even worse than it usually was. Part of the chronic illness. And, well, all my life I've had to compensate for what I couldn't do that normal people could do. So what I did was, when I got to that halfway point and realized that the last half of the book wasn't working, things were out of order, the information wasn't there at the right time, I actually stopped and started phase outlining a whole bunch of the scenes, where I didn't even worry about what point of view things were happening from. All I was concerned about was taking it through the major steps, almost choreography of how they moved and what they were saying at a certain point, and, you know, note, put this here. And that's actually part of what my nano was too, where yes, I wrote some of the prose of it, but the last part of it was going through these last several scenes that I'm now currently writing and doing them completely as a phase outline. And I believe it was the last week of Nano. Oops, there goes that. I actually started going back through the phase outline that I had done and started filling out a paragraph here and a paragraph there. So now I'm going through it again at this point, trying to finish this up. But yeah, it's been quite a long drawn process of figuring out the last part of this book and making sure it works. And the interesting side effect of this has been is, even I had actually had the planning for the next 2 books after this. And because of all of the redoing that I had to do from this summer, all the planning that I had done for those next 2 books has completely gone out the window. I have to completely replot, and for the 3rd book, yeah, book 3, I have to come up with a completely different main storyline, because what I originally thought of will no longer work with how I changed the book. In a way, that's sad because of all that work, but on the other hand, I'm not sad because the way that this book is coming together, I like it so much more. It's so much more interesting. So, oh, AJ, you have a great night. Thank you for being in here. We'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, I think what will come with whatever book 3 will be, it will be better than it was. So that's okay. Was that more than you wanted to know? Good night, Amanda. But yeah, I know it looks a little different. It looks like I'm revising, but that's actually not what is happening. It's just a very detailed phase outline that had already started to be filled out. Oh, okay. I'm glad I answered all of your questions. And I don't mind questions like that. I like talking about the process. And you know, if anyone's had something similar, and you know, you want to type in what you did to help get yourself through it, to get your story back online, by all means do it. And that includes, you know, writing into the dark. I know some of you do that. Goodness, you know, in my younger days, I did all my stories writing into the dark. I just am not capable of doing that anymore. Which is why I had to teach myself to outline in a creative mind and not using the other side of my analytical brain. Definitely have to keep the analytical out of it. Otherwise, it's like, oh, does this make sense? Not, oh, is this fun? Is this interesting? Oh, this is coolness. I have to keep the coolness part of it. Oh, yes. Yeah, Ash, I've definitely watched you over the years having to come up with alternate methods of being able to get things done, and like I have, you know, come up with things to support who and what you are now and what you're capable of. Because it's not just, at least for me, I know that it's not enough. I don't want to be confined and restricted by what the effects of the chronic illness. So I'm always coming up with things to help support me be where I want to be and to do what I want to do. Because I want to be more than just the sickness. Yeah, you're the same. Yeah. I can tell you that you're the same just in methods that you've come up with. Oh yes. Open your mind to doing things differently. Just to keep writing. And that's actually why I did this streaming. It was to help me, and maybe while I'm helping myself, I can help others. Oh, I just went over 1,501 words. Oh, go Zet! Sounds like you're getting some good things done on your editing. Lizette, when you were talking about, you said the 100 word leaps helped me. It was saying I'd do something and I told others, so I had to do it. Are you meaning originally when you came up with the idea of doing 100 word jumps? Yes, Glassquill, I am zooming today. Very true, Zed. I mean, even being regular, it doesn't mean that some days are just going to be like pulling teeth to get anything out. Ah, when you first suggested it. Yep. Well, I'm glad you did, because I know for me, when you suggested it, it's such a bite-sized amount. Oh, there goes the timer. And so many times it's like right now where I'm finding it almost impossible to do timed writing. It's just too much. But the 100 words, that's just a little biteful. And I know, and mentally I've been able to handle that. So right now that's what's working, so that's what I'm doing. Oh, totally lost. Are you going to reread the project? And who knows, maybe your last set of notes were taking it off in a direction you didn't want it to go. Maybe that's one of the things stopping you. Oh, an FM member. I'm guessing that's in the old chat. There's actually a couple people who did that. You know, asking for help with the writing or questions about writing, then complaining about not getting any, and it was to the point where we thought, are they even writing, period? And I don't think they were. Oh, and complaints about her. Well, to be honest, that would get very frustrating. I mean, I don't mind helping people. In fact, I quite enjoy it. But if they keep wanting to be almost like a victim where they never want to move out of that, at a certain point, your patience just goes, you know, put up or shut up. Okay, 1603. I just found a note in the middle of this I think needs to go into... Yeah, it needs to go into a later scene. Okay, yeah, that works better. Alright, so that's not even going to be in that scene. Yes, I know, almost a nano day. Which is amazing. So obviously, you know, getting together with other people at a regular time here with streaming is working for me. Alright, deleting more notes. And another. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Lizette. I don't want to bother anyone and, you know, who doesn't like it in chat. But I was hoping it would help others too, and, you know, that are part of forward motion. Another aspect of writing. And with having the forward motion Discord chat connected in, you know, if somebody just wants to only be in chat, doesn't want to have online the streaming portion of it, that's fine too. Can still be a part of the greater conversation. Oh, good luck, Ash. Some projects are just a pain in the neck. But it's so exciting if they do finally come together. Oh. I just hit a nano day. Yay! Alright. Setting the timer again. Oh, yes, Zet. Get more of your work out there. Yay! asked, you said the computer thinks the file's already open elsewhere. Is this a Scrivener file? Because if so, I had that the other day. Lizette. Yes, definitely get out some of your older works, but definitely keep writing new stuff too. You gotta keep that going. Oh, yes. So I don't know if you got the dialog box where it says open anyway, and that's what I did. I knew that it wasn't open anywhere else, so I knew it was a glitch somewhere, and then it opened just fine. Oh, Glass Quill, I'm sorry your fabric's not there yet. And you deleted the last of the notes. I just got a notification that I'm now back under the nano goal. Alright, I finished that scene. So I mentioned before that typically I have an average scene length of 700 to 800 words. This is 2009 words, so it's a lot longer than usual. But a lot happened in this scene. And of course it's the climax too, where there's all kinds of things going wrong. They keep trying to do things right, and yeah, this scene ended with something going very, very wrong. Yes, very long scene for me. In fact, this might turn out to be a chapter all on its own. We'll have to see as I start revising. For anyone who is listening that isn't familiar with my writing process, I tend to write in scenes, not chapters. For me, scenes and chapters are two different things. And I don't start dividing into chapters until I do the go into revision on the project. And that's actually part of the revision, is figuring out where the chapter breaks are. So the scenes are basically mini, they have a beginning, they have a middle, and then they end when something changes. So in this case, we started out with something wrong. They got through that, something started going right, but then it changed where what they thought was going right didn't have the result and went wrong. So that ended that scene. Oh, yeah, and Lizette says she always worked in chapters. Well, sometimes, like I said, my scenes end up being chapters, but that's not the plan going into it. Okay, delete that. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and bring up, I've got 3 scenes left in the entire book. This next scene is another one that has, that I put the phase outline in when I was replotting it. Or I should say replanning it. And that was back during this last nano, where I spent that last week fixing the end of the book. And I'm still curious to see what I'm going to do for book 2 and book 3. I figure that there's about half of what I planned for book 2 will remain there, but hardly anything for book 3. Yeah, it'll get interesting. And I'm gonna put something new over here. Okay, there we go. Something new up there. Okay, now back to the scene I need to get started on. I'm only 4 words away from getting back up above a nano day. I obviously cannot stop at this point because the numbers geek in me will not let me. Oh, thank you. And it's from that line onwards that things go downhill in a bad way. Nope, there goes the timer, resetting. I'm not stopping until I get back to a nano day. Oh, and then Ash just said, I used to work in chapters, now I work in scenes. Isn't it weird how things change over time? And you know, when that that happened to me the very first time, I stressed so badly about it. And it was... I had to have a talk with me. He's going, you know, what's the most important thing to me? Well, it was storytelling. And I don't remember exactly what Mother Hen is my mom, or was my mom, what she said, but it triggered a thought in my head going, well, if I want to be a storyteller and I want to tell this story, if something wasn't working before, then I gotta change it. That doesn't... whatever it takes to keep writing. I was too attached to the way I had been working, and I had been writing since I started writing. And learning that lesson has been very important as time has gone on, because as I've gone on, so many things have changed. For instance, even with long projects, I used to write completely in the dark. And as time went on, especially as my fatigue and brain fog grew worse, I had to compensate for that, and that meant I had to do things in a different way and not listen to how it worked for other people, other than to listen and learn from other people and take from them techniques that worked. But there are so many people who try to give advice on writing out there where their way is the only way and their way is the only right way. And that's really not true. It's whatever works for you to get you to the goal that you want. For me, it's to keep doing words, to keep telling the stories. Whatever tools I need to use in order to make that happen, I'm going to do, no matter if somebody else thinks they're right or wrong. Ash agrees. Gee, Ash, should I write this down about doing a short little video about maybe an author's toolbox about being flexible about the tools? Because it's not something that, at least that I've heard people say very much. Of course, maybe I haven't been listening for it either. Okay, let me make a note on that. Okay, sounds like everybody's in agreement that this is a good idea, so let me write it down. So maybe that's what I should title it. Writer's Toolbox. Let's see. I might go back into this video after I'm done. Take out this little part. Use that as a guide. Yeah, flexibility. That's a good title for it. Thank you, Ash. Oh. Ash, were you talking to the computer and expecting a response? And by the way, did Tess hear you and go, "What are you doing?" Yes. That is so funny. Okay, I just wrote some notes on that to remind myself. Yeah, I think I will do a video on that because it's something that it really stumbled me there for a while until I came to that realization. And And now it's a case where I realize that, yeah, things are not only going to change in the future, you know, as I get older and if my health conditions get worse, but it's also a case that every project tends to be just a little bit different for me. So the tools that I use to work on a specific project will be sometimes completely different from the project I just finished or the project I'll be doing after. So it's always good to keep looking just so that you have so many tools that you can bring to it and you can decide which ones to work with right now. So for this, you heard clattery sounds? That was probably my keyboard. I was typing like crazy. So yeah, for this one, this project, it was a lot more complicated than the project before it. The project before it, I think that the longest amount of information in a scene was like five sentences. But that's, other than what I had in the series Bible, that's all I needed. For this book, the planning for each scene would sometimes be several paragraphs. And that's just what it needed. Yeah, thank you. I actually tested out over 100 words per minute at one point. I don't think I'm that fast anymore, but you never know. When things are just absolutely flowing, my fingers are struggling to keep up with what's going on in my brain. And I actually have two keyboards in front of me. So for some reason, when I was writing out those notes for that video that I'm going to do now, I was using the keyboard on my laptop, which is on the top level of my desk. And for most of the writing tonight, I've actually been using my solar-powered wireless external keyboard, which is on the keyboard drawer down below my laptop. So that's not as loud. Oh, yeah. Ash says I still don't type fast enough to keep up with what's going on in my head sometimes. Same with me. I have a real problem that I find during revision, that I drop words all the time. And sometimes I'll drop whole sentences. I can actually remember what should have been there. Because for me, revision can be like replaying a movie. But it's actually not there. Because my head was going so fast, my fingers decided, I need to catch up again. This goes away. Oops. Oh, there goes that part. Oh, 2.5 hours now. Well, what I'm going to do at this point, because I am slowing down just a little bit, and now my head's going, well, I want to write notes on that video. I'm going to get this next scene in my head. Some of this information I can see went into the previous scene, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that out. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Isn't that frustrating when you can't even remember or know what you were doing yourself in the past? How can you expect anyone else to? I sympathize. right, I wrote a few more words. I just got notification from Scrivener that I'm now back over a Nano Day. Yay! Oh yes, I've read that advice too, to stop mid-sentence. And that's a good way to start the new words the next day. No, I don't do that. No, with my brain fog, I'll look at that and stare at that and I'm going, what in the world did I mean by that? And then I end up deleting it, where the night before, maybe it was completely clear. And yeah, why do that to yourself? But you know, that's a, you know, personal writer's toolbox. If it works for a person, go for it, but it sure does not work for me. Besides, I'm a symmetrical person. Leaving something unfinished like that would just drive me bonkers. Okay, Glass Quill, you said I do not need critters while cutting up garlics for spaghetti sauce. Do you mean literal critters that are trying to help you cook? Or are you getting ideas that want to take precedence and want you to give up cooking so you can go write things down? Go, Ash, I hope that works for you. Well, I'm going to put down, I just got over 1700, 1705. I'm about to delete things, but I want that in the text as proof that I actually reached it before I started deleting notes and that number goes down. In fact, I'm going to save these notes to the side. Inspector, there it is. Unlike the last scene where I forgot to save the notes before I started deleting them. Just so that I still had them just in case I need to refer back to them after I deleted them within the document itself. Oh, congratulations on getting the chapter done, Lizette. You can't write on garlic. No! Although I've looked at the garlic paper that comes off as you're taking the cloves off. I'm going, I wonder if people in the past tried to use this as paper. That's what it feels like sometimes, as little pieces of paper. Okay, 1804. Oh, yep. Garlic and onion skins. Well, it's like writers, when they run out of paper, they start grabbing empty envelopes and writing it down, or napkins and writing things down. If a scribe is desperate enough, we'll use just about anything. All right, deleting that. Well, I was gonna stop, but I think that there's something here I just thought of. It's not quite in the planning that I put, but I think I like it better, and I'm gonna go ahead and write it in while it's in my head. All right, resetting that timer. Sometimes when the writing is going well, you just gotta keep up with it. Oh, yeah. Or writing with a marker on your hand or arm. Just so it's something that'll stay there long enough for you to get to paper or a computer later on. There's a question for the chat. What is the strangest thing that you have written on when you were desperate to write down something? I'm trying to think of what it is. I know that I've done it on grocery receipts. I've turned one over and written an entire scene or scene notes on the back of it until I could get home. Ash, you wrote something on your shoe. Did it wash out later? I don't think it's necessarily my strangest thing. I have used paper grocery bags before. Cut it out flat and used it to do timelines and figure out lineages, or try to write notes where I was writing arrows between them to try and get it figured out. Oh, Lizette! Wow, did we outlast you? Well, Lizette, thank you for joining us for the writing. You go get yourself some good sleep. And, of course, we'll be back in chat tomorrow. And congratulations on all the writing and the editing that you were able to get done tonight. So yes, talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Lizette. Meanwhile, I am still here. I'm going to be working on getting this one idea down in the scene before I finish tonight. less than 200 words away from a 2,000. Think. One of my characters just ended up doing something that is totally in character, but I didn't realize was in character until I started writing it. Oh, that's exciting. Glass cool, absolutely. Being a numbers geek, I'm this close to 2,000, I have to take it. Has to be an even number, right? It would help if the typo monster would stop attacking me tonight. Yep. Oh, don't give it a thesaurus, it'll just come up with new ideas to stumble me. Well, it might take a little bit of time while it eats it. 1900. 1902. Oh, Coffee Quill, welcome back. Able to write. Good. So what project are you thinking of writing on tonight? Oh, turned into more than just lunch. I know all about that. Funny how that works. Nope, there goes the timer. Let's go ahead and reset that. Oh, okay. Your fantasy mystery. Oh, yes. I usually have 3 projects going on at the same time. I have the first draft I'm writing. I always have something that's in the planning stages, and I always have something that's in the editing stages. And that way, with the brain fog and the issues that I have, if I can't do one thing, typically I can work on another. So having 3 different projects at 3 different stages gives me something that gives me 3 things I can bounce between, all depending on what I'm up to. Yeah, it sounds like you're doing the same sort of thing. You have different projects at different stages, and then you can just bounce between them as however you need to or want to. Glass Quill, it sounds like you have a lot going in that. Sounds like you're really enjoying it too. Oh, I need to refresh. Part of the streaming software. You guys should not see anything, but not wanting to do what it should do. Well, while that's trying to reboot, I'm gonna keep writing. I just hit 2000. 2005. Oh geez, I wish it was 2000, the year 2005 again. If only I knew now what I'm... Yeah. I could go back to then with what I know now. Okay, deleted some notes. Oh, yes. I do that, Coffee Quill. Just go to a certain spot, copy and paste it. Makes things so much easier. Oh, yeah, like Ash. I actually have a basic version of the ad copy for this book already written. But I actually did that on purpose when I was planning out the book, because I used that as almost a touchstone for the planning itself. And it sure comes in handy over so many things as I've continued developing it. When I was having to replot the last part of the book, I put that description in front of me because I knew that that was the core I wanted the book to be, and then I made sure that whatever I planned was consistent with that. It had the same feel as it. It really came in handy. Alright, so resetting that timer. Another 10 minutes. I was almost to 2100 words. And then I ended up deleting a whole bunch of notes. I'm not down below 2000 yet, but definitely not to 2100 now. And Typo Monster goes after me again. Alright, fixed. Oh, I just read your description, Coffee Quill. Yeah, that's... You have a lot going on there. I'm guessing Stardust is a type of drug? Oh, got it. Sorry about that. Well, the stream is now over 3 hours. I should be exhausted, but I got all fired up with how well these scenes are going. I just want to keep going and going and going. Oh, congratulations on the spaghetti. Yeah, I'm now over 79,000 words on the book. Closing in on 80,000. Really, really fast. We're doing more? Well, you know what? Sometimes that's just the way it works. I mean, for me, with the chronic fatigue and the autoimmune disease, when things are working and going well, you take it because there's so many times when it doesn't. You never take it for granted. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep going just a little bit. Oh, there goes the timer. Alright, we're gonna reset that. Exactly, glass quill, exactly. And I mentioned before that I am a serial bug murderer. Well, I just got another one. Another dead bug. Glassquill, I haven't checked lately. Like I said, I've been in your stream a few times, but it's a case where if you were on while I was on, do you actually have your stream scheduled under the events where people can go to your profile and see when you plan on being on next? Oh, wait a minute. I think you have that information in your About section. Okay. Yep, I was right. So Ash, if you click on Coffee Quill's name, you should be able to go to that profile. And under that profile, you'll see the schedule. There you go. Oh, and thank you, Coffee Quill. Appreciate that. That's what we try to do as well. Yeah, I agree with Coffee Quill. That's not a good goal. Good goals are not something that are outside of your control. For me, it was all about if it helped me with the creative process. If I tried it and it wasn't going to help me, then I would shut it down. Now, so far, it's definitely helping me, so I'm going to keep going. Yep, same here. Needs to help me. Definitely needs to be fun. And I'm the same way with the writing. If it's not fun, then why do it? Life is too short. But I absolutely adore writing and the storytelling, and so anything I can do to support that, I'm going to do. But so long as this keeps the writing fun, then I'll keep doing it. And of course, I'm going to be doing other things. Says I'm not quite where. Oh, where? I thought you said sure. not quite sure where Jam is with the writing. I was going, what? I read that wrong. Sorry about that. Oh. While I was chatting and talking, I reached another 100 words. Okay, where am I? In the middle of this phase outline, okay. Alright, delete that. I agree, Ash. You know, you need to be able to, and that's why I keep telling even the people at Forward Motion that I talk to in the text chat that if that's all that they want to do, I'm fine with that. This is helping me, but I don't expect it to help everybody else. And I want the writing and the creativity to stay happy and positive to people. And I have to admit that, you know, on Twitch, there's been a few people here on, writers that I had followed. As my writer friends will, whoop, there went the timer, will know that, I'm not into profanity. I don't like hearing it. I don't write with it. And one of the writers that I had followed on Twitch was just dropping more and more F-bombs and other things, and yeah, that didn't make it fun. So I unfollowed. There's no point in even following anymore. But that's me. That was one of the things that was putting me off. You know, like you said, and like I've said before, it has to stay fun and it has to work for you. Do you mean I'm not gonna like one of the writers here at Twitch? Because that's what I meant, that I had been watching one and followed one of the writers on Twitch, and I had to unfollow them. And as someone who kept getting raves by some of the other people that enjoy writing streams, but yeah, it didn't work for me. Oh, you had someone in mind. Okay, got it. Right. And you know, that doesn't work for all streamers out there. I figure we all have our own niche. And for me, that's not a niche that I want to be in, but it's also not a niche that I would follow. Cute little hedgehogs. It's too bad our forward motion bubble people don't show up here in the chat. We have some cute ones in our Discord. I am looking to see how close I am to the end of this scene. I have a little more than I thought. I'm not sure I'm gonna finish this tonight. But I did get in one of the parts I was thinking of. And I have a note that no longer applies, so out it goes. It's not needed. Yeah. Well, if I were in your shoes, I'd take it as a compliment too. You have to be you. Okay. Seeing how far into this scene I can get. That's funny, Ash. Yeah. Don't join the Navy. Nope. All right. Glass Quill has a different viewpoint. Is it called colorful adjectives? All right, back. Okay. Oh, another 100 words, 2305. The amusing clean curses can be the best. Okay, where am I? Okay, delete that. Nope, that goes too. That actually contradicts something I had in a previous scene. Oh, congratulations on figuring that out, Ash. Oh, Coffee Quill, you forgot to include questioning the parenthood of all and sundry within near and far. Oh, there goes the timer. Yeah, I had one character in this book pretty much do that same thing in a sci-fi way. Several languages, several aliens, questioning parentage, so on and so forth. Without having to say a word, just leaving it up to the imagination. All and sundry, yeah. So yes, we're forward motion for writers at fmwriters.com. That's the main website where there's the forum. We have a Discord chat that's embedded on that website, but you can also, I think most of us prefer to log directly into Discord. We have just transferred the forum over into new software, so people are starting to trickle back in, but it sometimes takes a little while after a big change like this. But we're getting there. But we have a lot of long-time people, including some fairly famous writers. Yeah, they don't like change. But we had to. Oh, thank you, Ash. The old forum software, it was getting broken by the new versions of PHP, where I was just trying to cobble things together. At a certain point, you got to cut your losses and go to a new system. So unfortunately, that's what happened. Oh, I am so close to the end of this. Alright, I gotta figure out how to do this. I might be able to finish this scene tonight. Oh, for your crafting stuff. Yeah. I actually considered it for my crafting stuff, considering how much I've been doing sewing lately. But I feel too self-conscious to be on there myself. That's why I have a little avatar here, which I absolutely love. So I probably won't be doing that. So yeah, you should totally do that. For me, it will, I'm going to keep the streaming to things where I can use the avatar and then have a window open to show things that I'm working on the computer. Oh, okay. Well, what I've seen is that, I've seen this two ways just to give you an idea. One person I've watched, they actually have one camera on their face. So that's picking up what they're talking and their expressions and everything. And then they actually have a camera either on a tripod or actually hanging from the ceiling where it's pointed downwards showing what they're doing with their hands. And then there's another one where basically it's only the one pointing downwards showing what they're doing from their hands, and you can hear their voice really well, but you don't see their face at all. So that's something to consider. So if you are doing a craft, maybe you just want to, I don't know, have a camera pointed from the top or from the side showing what you're doing. And then just have a microphone where they hear you talking. Oh, I just ran out of water. Yeah, something just over your project. Yeah, absolutely. You could do that. And you could use the camera on your smartphone for that. Coffee Cola, are you having trouble with your plotting and planning? Hey, if you like post-apocalyptic, go for it. Like me in science fiction. Not everything I do is science fiction, but I love it so much. If that's mostly what I write, yeah, I'm gonna go with it. 2608. Wow. I don't know what got into me tonight, but I wish it had happened more often. Delete, delete, delete. Oh. I know the feeling, Ash. I'm gonna need water here soon, but I don't want to stop writing. If I get up, I might break the spell that's keeping me writing. I don't dare do that. Okay. Oh, I forgot to reset the timer. Okay. Timer restarted. Ash is back, and she got something to drink. So yeah, Glass Quill / Midnight Inkblot said, "Who would have thought watching people write could be fascinating? Isn't that funny? The things that are fascinating." Or at least it's not driving you away going, "Why are you doing this?" Haha, I just finished the end of the scene! Wow, this scene by itself was almost a nano. 1,665 words for this scene. Okay, and let me go ahead and put the number in here. 2,779 words for tonight's session. Wow. Let me go ahead and put this up on the board too. Yeah, I know, just 2 more. Shall I go back and see if there's 2 more words I can add? Probably gonna bug me. Alright, I did it. Well, actually no, there are putter-inners and taker-outers, and I am very much a putter-inner. Lizette, who was in here earlier, she's also a putter-inner. Alright, so that makes 2,786. It just depends on how you write yourself. Oh, Ash is another putter-inner. Yep, I completely understand that, Coffee Quill. Well, see, I'm also an artist, so I'm very visual. When I write, it's like a movie playing in my head. And a lot of my writing is just trying to keep up with this movie that's playing through my head. And because it's playing in real time, that means I can't write down all my observations the first time around. So yes, I get down the dialogue, the major movements, the major things that need to be there to make the story and scene. Typically, the big things that I add later are the emotion and all the sensory input of all the characters. And that actually that adds a lot of words. I'd be worried if there were no heads doing the talking. Glassquill, very, very good point. Although I'm sure there are some stories where there are characters who have no heads. I'm thinking that Anne might write one. I am 143 words away from 80,000 words. I am not going to try and get that tonight. Wonders to fire up YouTube. So, I actually finished 2 entire scenes tonight. My original goal had been 500 words and 1 scene, so I ended up with 2,786 words and 2 scenes. Even better, this leaves only 2 scenes left to write in this entire book, and then I will be finished with the first draft. I am so close. And let's see, today, well, technically in my area it's Monday, but I have through Sunday to finish this before March 1st. I am very well on my way. Unless something drastic goes well and I get sick, I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. I should have no issues finishing this book this week. No, actually we were talking about that while you weren't here. I actually write by scene, and I don't divide into chapters until I do revision. Now that said, some of my scenes do end up being the chapters, but I don't plan it that way. Oh yeah, you actually missed several good ones. We also talked about the writer's toolkit. I'm going to actually put that together to create a YouTube video on it. There was something else that we did a really good conversation on. Ash, do you remember what that was? Junk? No, it was something really good. Oh, you know what? I might have to review this video. Because if it was really, really good, I'll do a short YouTube video and put that up. But I know at least one thing that we did, and that one is definitely going to be made into it. Oh, junk, I missed it. Okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. If it's really interesting, maybe I'll make a clip of it, or I'll do a separate video completely focused on that, and if I do that, I'll let you know. Oh, and the timer finished. We're not going to do any more timers tonight. Okay. So, is there anything else that anyone would like to talk about tonight or ask me questions about before I close this up? I'm going to go ahead and put in the Discord invitation. Oh, that's right. With the project, that was the other thing. Actually, I might make a video of that because it just shows how it was an example of how a project can veer off in the middle of it, even when you plan, and being flexible enough to throw that out and continue anew. That what you planned or what you outlined is not set in stone. A lot of people make that mistake that, oh, I planned it out, that's how I have to write it. They get stopped, they freeze up, and then the project gets abandoned. You don't have to do that. So yeah, I'll think about that. I might make a video out of that. Thank you, Ash. Appreciate that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, weird question. Oh, absolutely. Typos like to multiply like bunnies. Every so often I go through them and find issues and I go fix them. Not a problem whatsoever. I'm guessing that you found something. Do you... Oh, coffee cup dreams. Okay, let me make a note of that. I'll go and check on that. Yeah, coffee cup dreams. That's interesting. That actually started as a forward motion short story challenge, and of course with me. Oh, yeah, it needed to be capitalized because it's the name of the place. Yeah, it's supposed to be a short story. Turned out to not be a short story, which often happens to me. Okay, I'll go fix that. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, yeah, that's no problem. I am very much aware that I am not perfect, and even though I've had editors go through things and review things, yeah, things still sneak in or miss being spotted. So all I do is I go fix it, forward it to who I need to get it fixed, and off we go. Oh. Yeah, some people do. It's suddenly like, what, I'm not perfect? I'm very much not that way. I think everyone here at Forward Motion can tell you I make mistakes and I admit to it. Okay, good. Yeah, if it's on my website, it'll be easy to fix. I can go in and fix that myself really fast. You collect mistakes. Yeah, Ash collects our typos and keeps it in a name file. And we've gotten some good names and used them in our stories and our books. So I'm going to go ahead and start closing this out. I'm going to go, once I put on the title card of the stream is ending, I'm going to go find a someone to raid, but on Twitter, not Twitter, Twitch. But just to remind you, my name's J.A. Marlow. I'm a multi-published author. You can find my books out there across most major online retailers and through bookstores. I write all kinds of genres, but the thing that all of them have in common, interesting characters, exotic locales, all accompanied by a sense of wonder with optimistic endings. In fact, my tagline for myself is J.A. Marlow, Creating Worlds of Wonder. I can be found at jamarlow.com. I'm also often at the free online writers website of Forward Motion for Writers. That's at fmwriters.com. I am often found for many hours a day on the Forward Motion Discord chat community. I'm on Twitter at jamarlow_SF. I'm also at Twitch TV at J.A. Marlow, a YouTube channel, J.A. Marlow, and I have a Patreon for anyone who wants to support me at J.A. Marlow. So I will be back tomorrow night. I have more writing to do. I have a book that's under a deadline, so I need to get this first draft done. So hopefully you'll come and join me then. In the meantime, all of you have a good night and stay creative, stay healthy and happy. Bye!